Good morning. Welcome to Risk Neutral Trading. This is my virtual trading journal. It is sometime, what day is it? Tuesday, the 13th of January, 2026, 8 o'clock Central Standard Time. All times on my charting or my screens and that I refer to is Central Standard Time. And the purpose of this stream is, as I said, my virtual trading journal. So it is completely transparent and accountable. I trade live, a real funded account with my own money, funded with my own money. And I completely, nothing is, secret or hidden. So there's that. I'm not licensed to provide financial or trade advice. However, I do trade live. So, I don't know how to approach that. This is my trading journal, and I'm allowing anybody that wants to watch over my shoulder. It's kind of the way it works. Let's see if we got the stream going along here. Looks like so. Okay. Now, let's get to business. There's a disclaimer in the description here, so read that. And we've had the CPI this morning, so I hope everybody was prudent that might have been trading. I don't trade, so I had nothing to worry about. And I'm not funded or monetized in any way here from YouTube, so likes and subs are greatly appreciated, and definitely contribute to the chat, where you are, what time zone you're in, what do you trade, what do you think, etc. I don't know, probably something else, but I stream in high def 1440p, so if it's not crystal clear on your side, then click the gear button in YouTube. The reason I push this to YouTube is because I am able to then review the streams on any device, which is really handy because, as you know, the streams start now at 8 o'clock in the morning and run through 1500 every trading day. So that's 7 hours. And it's nice to be able to do something, get away from the desks from time to time. All right, enough of that. Let's get on to the numbers here. Well, it should be no surprise, I hope, to anybody that we had the consumer price index, the CPI, out this morning, and look at the overnight. Can you guess where the release was? Yeah, this is a complete recipe for retail soup. Anybody that was not mature or disciplined, or I don't know, pick the word you like to pick, and was trying to trade this overnight, I don't think had a very good evening. Now, if you have some plan vetted where you can scalp, and you're going long, short, long, short, long, short, maybe, good for you. And if you're trading a brokerage account with your own money, there is also the elevated or increased margins around these four particularly important reports, where the margins go to 25% of the carry margin. So from $500 for an ES day trading margin, it goes to $5,000 and change. So that's something to be really aware of. And that increase in margin applies at 1700, the RTH Open last night, and carries all the way through until what time did they send me the thing? 7:48 this morning. The margins are returned. So there's that. All right. Numbers wise, this is investing.com, which was for years my go-to source for reporting and numbers. I don't like the change that just happened over the weekend to the format here, or the presentation particularly, but the data is the same, and essentially it's the same format. You can filter this for anything you want to, any time zone or any reports you're interested in, and they only report known, typical, standard, scheduled economic reports, CPI, non-farm payroll, new home sales, those things which are expected, FOMC minutes. They don't bring in or capture random events which may have an impact on the market, but aren't really normal, like, for example, a speech or something by Trump, for example. Yeah, so here we are. Now, here's the forecast is 27, and it's remained unchanged. So who did the forecast? And I guess that's a new possible manipulation that they have going on now, which is concerning. Also, there's earnings and dividends and holidays and whatever you want to do. The other news service that I use now is Financial Juice, and I do that for a couple reasons. It has a similar docket function over here in the left column, and the right column is more of a squawk box or a live updated function. One thing that they do in Financial Juice, which I really appreciate, is they pick up these like Trump site tour in Michigan. Let's, Trump speaks at 1300. These kind of things which are not typical market or economic data points or data releases or, impact the market, but that we have all come to realize, anybody associated with the markets nowadays in this current environment, that these kinds of things can be definite market movers. So I appreciate that. And let's see what happened with the pre-market now. As I said before, shouldn't be a big surprise. What happened overnight? The release. Here we are. We were, for a brief period of time, we were higher out of range, and now they're back teasing around with it. There's the previous RTH high. Here we are right here. So we'll see whether we're going to open higher in or out of range. These are the micro ES, micro NQ, my higher time frame for the micro ES, which is a daily RTH session chart. The candles are 1 day periodicity, and wherever price overlaps, I draw a volume profile around them. Now, what that does is it generates a micro composite VPOC, volume point of control, right here at 69.55, and it generates these high and low volume nodes, which are these red and green lines. They push automatically to Bookmap. The rest of the data here, the all-time high and things like that, I enter myself. The session prices for my RT are also pushed to Bookmap. And this is the ES market profile chart. I don't differentiate between micro and mini. One other thing that's important to notice, maybe, all of my charts in IRT, in the header, you can see the instrument, the periodicity, type of the session, and the type of charting. So it's a 12-tick Renko, and it's a full session, 1700 to 17 is for the micro ES. So that's, in case that's handy. I track and also push these levels for the minis. But since I'm trading the micros at this point, I am going to focus on that. Now the mini, this is Bookmap. which is the trading execution platform I use. And you can see overnight and you can see the release. This is why you don't trade numbers. This is why you, if you're conscious at all of your initial or your prime objective as a trader is to preserve your account and to grow your account, you don't, if you put a trade on here, that's an absolute gamble. So that's just my opinion. Here is the order book or the dome or the price ladder. Prices, resting liquidity. This is my micro composite column where I manually enter those levels. This is the all-time high, which we just put in this morning. In the ETH, here's the all-time high in the RTH put in yesterday. Exceeded Friday. This is the high and low volume nodes, which are pushed automatically. Until the market release, we had about 12 tick or 12 handle range all night, 15 maybe. This is the full session volume profile, which started plotting last night at 1700 and will continue through 1600 today. This is not the ETH, this is the full session or the Globex. This is the RTH volume profile, which will reset this morning at 8:30. These are the statistics for the open type, the statistics-based open type. And these are the session prices, which are pushed automatically from IRT. I share these with anybody that would like them. Just drop something in the chat, and you'll get I'll hook you up with it's a CSV file. They push nonstop from 1700 on Sunday evening through 1600 on Friday evening. Continuous. So if that's a help, let me know. And this is the heat map or the chart. Notice there's no indicators, and I use no magic stuff or, obscure thinking. It's all price, data, probabilities. There's the POC for the full session, the POC for the RTH session. POC is nothing more complicated than the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. So 7,675 is the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the overnight session. Period. The minute any one of these prices is one contract higher, this yellow line is going to move there. The yellow line just continuously plots the price. There's an RTH, there's a Globex or full session VWAP and an RTH, and there's an RTH mid. The rest of these price levels are just exactly as you would expect from their name. The IB high and low, sometimes confused because of the naming, which is stands for initial balance. It's old market profile stuff. They're nothing more than the high and low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. That's it. Now, the statistics are based on the open type, simply determined by, if we opened right here, right now, where would that price relate to the previous close? It's higher, right? There's the close. Here we are. And where would this price relate to the previous range? Well, we're just about a point or two below the range. So at this moment, we would be higher in range. And if you've been around the stream at all, you'll know I hate these days where they do this kind of flipping and flopping around because it can change the statistics. But let's just go with higher in range at this point. So the first thing I do is change the column title to the open type for the day. I do that because when I look at a screen snap or the stream to review it, I can see that column title, and that tells me all the information a lot of information, I should say, about the overnight trade. Now, there are only 4 open types that the statistics are based on. It's higher in range, higher in range, higher out of range, lower in range, lower out of range, gap up, gap low, right? Easy. Next, we're going to clear the notes here, clear these statistics from yesterday. We're going to clear these statistics from yesterday and determine those for today. And they come from in IRT, the session study here, which, as I said, there are 4 of. Now, IRT conveniently highlights the correct open type, but only after 8:30 in the morning, Central Standard Time. Only after the session open. And this is for the RTH session. So the way the system works is real simple. Again, data, probabilities, no hocus pocus. The system looks back at 1,654, the most recent 1,654 trading days. Of those trading days, we opened higher in range, 509 of them. Of the days where we opened higher in range, price revisited the overnight volume point of control 80.7 times. Overnight volume point of control. And I don't have them even. There you are. That's all there is to it. Now we'll just go down the list. Overnight mid, 74.7. Overnight high, 74.7 as well. Well, isn't that funny? I don't think I remember that. Actually, I don't remember seeing that lately. Often, at least. Previous high is 70.9. Let's work one of those IBs. There we go. IB high is 68.2. I want to show you this for a reason. I always put the initials because remember the definition of the initial balance high and low. The minute we open at 8:30, this is going to get up here right above price. So it will no longer be a flag here, and I'll wonder why. I wonder what that was. The overnight mid value area high is 70.9. Now I'm not going to get real detailed with all of these statistics. Previous close, where's that? That's got to be a goodie. 69.7. I'm not going to get crazy here because as I speak, we're going to trade higher out of range, and that's the part I hate. Now I'm going to have to go back and change. This would be a gap up then, and I'll need to change all of that on the open. So potentially we could have a gap open, and I'm not going to change anymore, add any more statistics because that irritates the hell out of me. So there you go. That's how that works. And next thing I'm going to do here is a TLab snap. It's a thing I do every day at 8:20. I usually post the reports at about 6 in the morning, but I've been sleeping in lately. And so there you go. And you ask, what is the TLab snap? Well, it is this. Just to give a few folks in that chat room that don't have a similar charting, all of the numbers that they might be interested in. I developed this years ago, and I do it every day. The TLab is a bookmap Discord chat room started by a guy named Tom B. and continues to be led by him, who is a self-proclaimed professional trader with 46 years experience. And I don't mean that sarcastically or to raise question, but it's like a lot of things that we have in our life. I haven't known Tom for 46 years. You know what I mean? I don't know for sure that that's an absolute fact, but I believe it. There's a point in time when I think you have to believe things and judge people for yourself. And I believe that that's the case. He has good philosophies about risk management, similar to me, the risk neutral trading ideas, and the fact that I do this stream based on narrating the market and was kind of something that he thinks is a good idea. And there's good people in there, Rod and Ned and Lefty and Garrett and, a bunch of good folks, Antonio and whatnot. So I kind of, as a tip of my hat every day, I post that one or those two posts every day in the TLab. Now, Tom doesn't trade live. It's a Discord chat room, okay? So he doesn't trade live. He doesn't call trades. And when he does stream, which I think is about an hour and a half every day, it's all rearview mirror. He goes back previous to the open and, narrates the market, which has already happened. So if that's of interest, there you go. And it's sponsored by Bookmap, so you need to remember that. But you're never solicited by anything there. And as I said, I'm happy to lend a voice of support there. And enough of that. So that's the TLab. Now I think it's probably, you would appreciate that it's important to be able to trade once the market opens, which we'll have in about 7 minutes. And in order to trade with Bookmap, you need to activate the trade control panel by clicking the padlock. You need to select a method you will use to trade with your mouse in the application. If you choose chart, the only place you can trade with a mouse is this active data column right here. If you choose dome, obviously the only places are the two dome columns, and both is, guess what? You got it, both columns. Now, I trade and recommend the multi-brackets. This is a real handy tool, and it's where I implement the risk-neutral methodology and my trading brackets. The minimum risk-neutral package you can use is a 2-lot because it needs to be an even number of contracts. 2-lot. Then you determine a stop size for the entire package. Now, the first thing that you need to determine, and you should do this during your homework period away from the live market, and damn sure have this done before 6 minutes ahead of the open. You need to determine your stop size for the entire package. And my recommendation is the first consideration that you need to look at, and which I do, is the account risk tolerance. What instrument am I trading? What's the volatility? What's the volatility of the market? For example, I'm out of the market this morning. And there shouldn't be any. I don't know if I can. There should be no question why it was a good idea to preserve your account to stay out of this. So, once these two values are established, the basic risk neutral setup is predetermined. The first risk neutral T1 scale is for half of the package, for the same number of ticks positively as the stop is negative. And then there's a runner. You can also add more contracts, whatever you want to do, however you want to set it up. And that's just my basic suggestion. This is where I start. Then I close it. Now I have both selected. The package is represented, but I don't need any more of the tools in the trade control panel. I don't need to see the trade metrics here because I have them visible up here. You can turn this off and on if you'd like. So what I do then is click the button again, stays green, stays active. I get the real estate back on my screen, my chart. I have all the metrics. I have cancel all and close all. Now I'm ready to trade, and we're ready for the open in about 5 minutes. And we're now going to open higher outer range. So I'll wait until I see what we do. Then I will readjust the values in the statistics. I'm sorry, there's nothing else I can do about it. And why these are important for me to have accurately entered here on the stream and on the book map is that, remember, this is a permanent record. There are screen snaps, there's the stream, and I want the values and the column titles and everything to be consistent and accurate. So there's nothing I can do here. You know, we're going to flip-flop around. This could open lower in range, could open higher. I mean, higher in range, higher out of range. It could be a gap up or it could be not. All right, 3 minutes, 2 minutes, something like that. And you see now we're below, now we're in range. So this is exactly why I'm not getting all hurry, scurry, and blurry about setting this up. So at the open, this RTH volume profile column will reset one way or another. I'll do it or it'll do it. Having a problem with that happening automatic, I guess the data flow, I don't know. So you notice Blue Boy over here, this is just a vertical line. Boom, boom. I'd like to say it's a real expensive indicator, but you know, gotta be honest. I slap that on the first print of every session. There was the overnight. I'll put one on the RTH. And the reason for that is it gives me a visual clue or cue. When I glance left, I have the entire session in view. And that's important to me to have an understanding of the context. I want to have a full understanding of the context of the session I'm involved in. And you can look over here and see what a cluster that was, huh? Talk about a zipper. That's FT71, Murad Askar. He's the one that came up with that zipper. And boy, is that a good explanation of that, or description of that thing, huh? And there we are. In about 30 seconds, we're going to open. We're definitely going to open lower and higher in range. Now remember, here's close. To get, if it were lower in range, price would have to get below the close. There's only two criteria for that open thing. And if that's not, complicated or wizardry enough for you, I'm sorry. That's the way I do it. Good morning, by the way. And if I forgot something, oops. There we go. And there we go. Well, I got that to work. That's pretty cool. I'm happy about that. Now I'm going to change. So we opened lower we opened above the close and within the range. We opened higher in range. So that's a good thing. Now I'm going to change my charting types over here to the RTH session from the full session. And that works like that. In IRT, anyway. Come on now. Don't be that way. What are you being that way for? Don't be that way. I don't care. As I hope I mentioned in the pre-market, I plot both the mini and the micro, and I push those levels, the session prices and stuff for both. And if that would be a benefit to you, and let's shut off those naked volume points of control. There we go. Then let me know. Happy to share them. My opinion or my approach to this whole thing is be transparent and be accountable. And what have I got to hide? You know, all of these people that are that's my proprietary and I'm not going to talk about that and this and that and the other thing. I think that's just BS and bus tickets, you know. And I could be wrong, of course, but it's how I approach the market. If I can share what I'm doing, and one thing about my narration here that's important to understand, all of what I see, data, price action that I see is reflected or captured on the video, right? So the only way I can get what I'm thinking at the moment into the recording for my review is the narration. That's the whole theory behind it. So if I can, you know, what I narrate, what I say, what I'm thinking at the moment is helpful to somebody else, or is Jesus, I'm not going to do that. That guy's out of his mind. Great. You know, and that's also an important thing to remember or to get out here immediately. Here we go with it. Turn your head now. This is a real expensive indicator. And there's the first print, huh? Well, there we go. That's good enough. Nah, not quite. Yeah, I'm a little too anal for that. Well, let's go. Remove this drawing. Okay, let's do it again. What do you think? If whatever I say helps, then I'm happy about that. And that's basically my goal. So there you go. Well, we've got Blue Boy on the job. We've got the volume profile reset, which is kind of snazzy. You notice the IB low, IB high. Yeah, there we go. Isn't it cute? The reason I reset the IRT to from full session to RTH is to keep the proper alignment between value area high, developing value area high, etc. The value area high reflects the previous auction high and low, and the developing value area high or low are for this current auction. So that's enough of an explanation there. Now, what I can do is I can step back here and look at some of these statistics. For example, notice that IRT has selected the correct one. And here's another one that's important. You notice how all the text is black except overnight mid? Whenever a level is achieved in this statistics column in the current auction, it changes the text from black to blue. So we've only achieved the overnight mid as far as statistics goes so far. Now, the previous high, I wanted to do that. Where is that? That's 58.4. That's right there. Remember why I put the IB high as the flag? Well, look at here. I would be wondering what that was about. What else do we have that I'm missing? IB low, well, that's way down there, 60.4. I'm not going to scroll way down for that until we start looking down there. Previous low is 55.9. That's also below us a long ways. I guess that's good enough. That's covering what's live now. So, all right, cool. Cool. Ooh. There we go. All right. Good morning again, and here we are. I'm so pleased that reset normally. All right, and we do have new home sales coming out at the top of the hour, so it's not a margin affecting number, but it can certainly be a well, this doesn't look too good, does it? It can certainly be a new home sales. It's a 3-star event. It's not one of the 4 margin adjusting numbers, but it is can definitely be a market or an auction disruptor. I'm going to sneeze, stand by. Oh, I really don't like the looks of this new change they've made in investing.com. It's the same data and the same basic view. It's just this used to be much more condensed, much more narrower. And there wasn't all these, there were ads, but it was only along one side. I guess what they've done is widen it out. Maybe this is to do with the fact that I'm trying to use Edge because I read somewhere that Google has a real memory problem. Chrome, I should say. I've not certainly never dreamed I would use Edge. I've resisted it until about a month ago. I started trying it out, so we'll see what happens. I don't know. So far, Financial Juice still remains. Of course, you can pay for both of these, and as they put this about every 15, every so often, I'm sure they'd be tickled if you paid them. But I try to make the stream, anything that I use on the stream that I can be accessible by anyone without having to come out of your pocket for it, if possible. So there you go. And what do we got going on here now? Let's just see. Well, once upon a time, I used to flag these migrating volume points of control. And I would do so like this right here. With this guy. But I got to, and the reason I did that was, it's very important for me, in my opinion, to have all the data I need to trade right here on the hard right edge. Right here. And here's the flag I was just put on. I never forget. I would never remember what screen I'm on. So I would keep 5 minutes on the time band down here, the timeline, and pretty soon these numbers will scroll off the screen. You won't know where it's been or where it's gone, right? Obviously, the yellow brick road continues to plot wherever this price is, the most volume traded in the session. And I would plot like this, Then I got to thinking, well, that's kind of stupid. Unless I put numbers on here to show the sequence of how this developed and what's going on back here, it struck me that this made a lot more sense. So I went out, advertised, hired Blue Boy over here, and that's the plan now. Oh, look at their new home sales. No, not yet. Somebody said something. So I don't use the migrating volume point of control flags anymore and keep this statistics column kind of open or less cluttered. And I continually monitor the entire session, keeping Blue Boy just to, I can reference him off there to the left. Gives me a better understanding of the context of the session we're trading. And when it's time to, another point about that is that makes it a workable thing for me. I only trade setups which I have vetted with a very strict vetting process, which I'll describe later. But the upside of that is there's no surprise. Oh, so my vetted trade initial balance high is gonna, we're approaching the first rule. Oh, we've got the second signal. Okay, are we gonna get the third? And nothing's a surprise. I'm standing there waiting and watching. It's real easy. So you don't have to be hurry, scurry, blurry. How fast can you click? How fast can you enter a trade? And something I always forget to do in the pre-market that I want to just touch on quickly. Hey, Antonio, tudo bem, fofo? Chama a polícia, fica maluca. I tell you, this mess over here is just, if it weren't so sad, it would be funny. They're shooting people and Jesus, doing whatever. It's just incredible. Anyway, so you can trade in Bookmap with your hotkeys on your keyboard, providing that you set them up first, obviously, and that you have the trade control panel activated somehow. But one key thing to remember is the focus of the operating system needs to be on Bookmap for the hotkeys and your keyboard to work, and that's just normal of any operating system. If I'm looking or clicking over on IRT for some reason, and then I see a trade set up on Bookmap and try to keyboard in, it ain't going to happen. I believe my feeling so far is that trading with the mouse and Bookmap gives me, at least, more accurate and faster. Obviously, you can keyboard pretty fast, but how do you put the price exactly there? I don't know how to do that with a keyboard. So there you go. Well, there's something they didn't like. Be real, on your guard this week. We had should be no secret that we had well, there's the overnight trade, and there's the CPI. Now we have this going on, so maybe I have the sessions on RTH only, so the overnight is not a thing here, but it's pretty crazy. And tomorrow is also another it's PMI or PPI, whichever. There are basically 4 reports which prompt the CME and brokers to raise the margin requirements, and they are the CPI, the PPI, non-farm payroll, and FOMC meeting minutes. And they raise those from typical day trading margin. And the important part about that increase in margin is it starts at 1,700 last night. So if you thought you were going to be clever and make a trade, sometime in the early ETH session, you could find yourself having a margin call whether you knew it or not. Very important. And what they do is they raise it from $500 to 5,000, for example, and it goes to 20% of the typical margin, the day rate, the carry margin. So, and if you have a huge account, you don't care anyway. It wouldn't affect the micros, but I'm certainly not going to trade some stupidness like that number. Okay. So, well, look at us go. Oh my goodness. Overnight volume point of control. I wonder if that statistic's going to be taken pretty quick. So there's my usual configuration, 1 point high on the ladder or the price scale, and blue boy on duty over here. Where's that? There's that lazy little dog. Again, this is just for me to understand, keep a sense of scale and proportion and context. I think that's real important. Top of the hour, we've got the new home sales, so cuidado. Overnight low. I thought I had a statistic down there. $49.0. And again, the reason I input these statistics, for example, the overnight low is not going anyplace, right? We've already opened the RTH, so, but I want to have these in the stream and accurately reflected, because I go back and look at the stream and the screen snaps and stuff, and there you go. They matter to me. Real light volume, I'm guessing. No, 91%. 91% volume, and we're up at 4.5 ATR. We're up around 6 at that number release. So there you go. Funny, isn't it, how often those statistics are achieved? They're not hard and fast lines in the sand, obviously, for the everybody that isn't familiar here. But there's a reason why the overnight volume point of control has an 80.7% probability of being revisited. You know, just think about it. Darling. And yeah. Looks like everything's working. The stream is trickling along and no drop frames, so that's a good thing. This is Tuesday, the 13th of January. The new home sales is out the top of the hour. Now below us, we've got some levels. We haven't tagged out the all-time high in from yesterday's RTH yet. We did set a new all-time high in the ETH with that extravaganza around CPI. So that's always something to keep in the back of your mind. Typically, the RTH traders are not pleased when the ETH group has a significant milestone like the all-time high. They usually come back and revisit that, whether they need to or not. And maybe that's just an old, urban legend, but seems like it rings true to me. Got the naked volume point of control from the 12th down here. Yesterday, in other words. Remember, this is RTH session only, the micro composite, so you don't see that ETH high over here, in case you're curious. Make sure we got the minis plotting out correctly. 2.5 minutes or so for that number at the top of the hour. So be whatever, be alert if you've got a trade on or risk on. And a pretty high environment here, I think. This random risk, pretty high, heightened possibility. I'm really disappointed with the way here's the no sooner do I talk about random risk, and here you go. Look at this shit. Keep protesting. Help is on the way. Wow. That's this is a guy who's shooting people in Minnesota. I mean, I'm sorry, but my God, what is going on? What is going on? I don't really know what to say. And there we go. My guess is that new home sales were a miss, but never know. Just looking at the market, watching it trade here. Never know. What are we at? New home sales. This is what they're doing now that is, I not sure it's as obvious to everybody as it is apparent to me, but new home sales were 800,000 previously. So somebody decides there's going to be 700. They manipulate the forecast to create a positive number here. Is that what's happening? I wonder. I mean, because this is sure as hell not any good compared to the last report. But when taken in consideration, when looked at in comparison to a forecast, it's a good number. So I wonder how long that's going to be, and nothing here yet. New home sales, you see. And this is different. Look at here. They got 715 million, 737 million. I guess that's the same. And now we're going to get more. 11:30. We got another possible deal going on. But what difference does it make? As long as he's got his hand on the phone and Trump Social, this kind of stuff can go on. Continuously. Yeah, month over month. That's the part that matters. I think. I don't know. I don't know what to think. What worries me is that there's a what do you suppose America would say, and Trump specifically, if the Chinese, the Iranians, or the Russians, or anybody kept telling the American people to protest? Help's on the way. What the hell do you suppose a statement like that what response would that generate? I find it so amazing nowadays. I don't know what to say about it. So I'm not going to say anything, I guess, is the trick. I guess that's the key. Huh? Well, we've taken them all. Well, boom, 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 boom. All the levels up, down, backwards, forwards, and around you go. Let's see what's happened with our old buddy over here. So remember that wherever a level has been exceeded or has been met, IRT changes the text to blue. Well, looky there. A minute ago, the only one was the overnight mid, and now all of a sudden we've wiped them out. So there you go. That's how it works. I think it's pretty handy. If I had a better alternative to any of those things, I would put them forward, but I don't. I prefer to keep my mouth shut until I have a better one. I notice some people squawking about some of these things like that homework study and whatnot in the TLab, for example, but they never offer an alternative. I don't see, so I don't find that constructive. Well, now we are down at, got the IB low at 94.25. The highs up here at 75. Wow. I didn't say that very well. 7,024 a quarter. Notice that IB low is down here. You can see the levels from yesterday still exist. These will be republished at 9:30 and will be properly related to the IB low and high. These are all the IB high, notice. The way those work is somewhere over here. This is the my backtesting and trading system. These are there's yesterday, there are those levels. Here's today. At 9:30, these levels will generate for today, and they'll be pushed to Bookmap, and we'll start watching for a trade for the signals in the system. The only trades that I'm taking, because they're the only ones I've vetted, are the initial balance trades I was talking about earlier. So I'm in no hurry. I'm in no rush. I'm watching and waiting. Stalking, baby. So what are the initial balance trades? What is the initial balance? The IB statistic, blah, 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 all those things. Let's go through that. So the initial balance statistic, which is the first, I refer to the rule, to the word rules, because in IRT, the trading system definition defined trading rules. So, you know, I'm sticking with the nomenclature, the naming convention. Seems kind of draconian to me, but hey, what are you going to do? So the initial balance trade is the first required rule or level or signal is the initial balance statistic. And that is based on, again, like everything I try to do here, probabilities and statistics, not, you know, some kind of discretionary, gee, I wish, throw the chicken bones on the floor kind of deal, but data, price data and numbers. That's what I'm trying to stick to. So you notice that the most prominent, prevalent statistic every day, looking back 655 trading days, is the initial balance high or low. That is referred to as the initial balance statistic, and it comes from the old market profile days, obviously. here we are, higher in range. So today, 97.5% probability that at some point in the RTH trading session between 9:30 Central Standard Time and 1600 Central Standard Time, the IB high or low will be revisited by price. That's the statistic, the basic statistic as for all of these. Touch, right? That's the first requirement. So, and I'll admit to you that I'm really not very creative in my naming, so I call the first rule A, the second rule B, and the third rule a trigger in my system. So because I'm trading based on the initial balance trades, of which there are two, there's the initial balance continuation. Price, comes up here to the initial balance and continues on. Price comes up to the initial balance high, then fails. Those two. And those apply to both the initial balance high and the initial balance low. Simple. I've vetted, done statistics, done back tests, and I'll go through all of that stuff later in the morning, but that's where I'm at. So these are the rules which I've developed so far for the initial balance trades. All of these rules. Now, some of these rules are, for example, these are to control flags that appear as signal markers on this chart. This chart has nothing to do with the trading system. It was developed by me with these custom indicator lines, which do accurately represent the levels required in the system, so that I can see if things are happening when and where I think they should or I expect them to. And that's what these section does. These rules down here are the trade management. And it's based on a two-lot risk neutral or a variation of that trading system. So it's simple. I'd like to convince you somehow that this was really confusing and mysterious, and you had to wear a pointy wizard hat and a magic wand to be able to do it, or more importantly, send me money to be able to learn how to do it. That isn't the case. So I'm waiting. I'm waiting for the initial balance statistic to be achieved, and what will happen? Well, that won't happen for another 15 or whatever minutes. It's 9:13, another 18 minutes. This green and yellow line here, I'm going to take those off, actually. They're confusing, and what they are, that I typically don't have them displayed. But since I was backtesting and doing some stuff last night, what they are doing now is reflecting T1 and stop, because I want to see the trailing stops move. Then in order to have it be a little more clear, there. And why not? There you go. Okay. Now, so that's what those lines represent. And I'm sorry that I haven't been able to figure out. I'm putting them back on because they mean something to me now. But I haven't figured out why or how to not have them extend on and on, in perpetuity. These would be the T1 and the stop associated with a particular trade. Yesterday or day before, that the system recognized and plotted. So I'm leaving this alone. We're going to, the IB low is down here, obviously. The IB high is up here, obviously. And at 9:30, they will no longer move down or up, and this IB statistic will be active. I don't know if any of that makes sense, but, trying to I'm trying to be as descriptive as I can for the purpose of the stream and the recording and the record. Well, 15 minutes. Oh, looky there. They pushed through the IB low. Oh, so what? Means nothing. The IB low will continue to move down with price, and the IB high will move up with price until it's 9:30. There you go. BPOC migration lower there. That's pretty important. Continued migration lower. Remember, tomorrow is going to be another big numbers day. It's the PPI. And also tomorrow, I'm going to have to leave the stream about 11 until, I don't know, I suppose 12 or 1 at least. I've got to take my wife to a meeting. We're finally approaching the end of the citizenship drama. She's going to get fingerprinted for her final citizenship thing. Oh, Jesus, it's been going for 12 years. It's amazing. But hey, it's worth it, I guess. I don't know. America's turning into a third world shithole here. It looks like. I don't know what's going on. It's pretty crazy. Be pretty funny if, next year I start trying to immigrate to Vietnam. That'd be pretty funny, wouldn't it? Who'd have thought? So here we are at 21 past. I bouncing off the IB lows, VPOC migration lower. And I guess it's time for my daily warning. Do not, in my most sincere recommendation, trade toward the statistics or anticipation of it. Now, we've just extended the IB lower once again. And what's the value area low? Why does that keep doing that? What's the value area low now? What was that stat? I forget. Don't think I had it. 55.9. So this level right here, the statistic was 55.9. And again, this is not cheating in any way because these are yesterday's values. So my point about trade toward the statistics, now we've traded down here. It's not 930 yet, so this IB low will continue to move down until 930. We have POC migrated below the VWAPs and, everything. We're apparently trading down. Context is certainly lower. And yeah, it's quite possible that we will take the initial balance low as the statistic for the initial balance today. But my data reflects, has proven to me over again, that trading in anticipation of that doesn't have a positive result. And, wait 5 minutes. Don't let Monkey Boy get a hold of you. What I do when Monkey Boy starts jumping around the office here, I put him out in the backyard. We've got raccoons and possums and stuff out there, so he can go out and play with them. I've never lived around a place where we have these kind of critters, but I actually saw an armadillo too. That's pretty interesting. Where I grew up, it was bears and deer and elk and stuff. It's interesting to see this different wildlife. These damn raccoons are some smart sons of guns, I'll tell you. Cute. I like them. My wife's not so sure, but I do. Okay. I don't think they're too happy with the way things are shaping up. So as soon as 9:30 happens, the levels here for the initial balance trades will magically appear on Bookmap because I push them over here from IRT, just like the session prices. And again, if the session prices are handy for you or would be a help for either the ES or the MES, let me know. I'll be happy to share them free, no problem. I start pushing them at 1700 on Sunday evening and through 1600 on Friday. And it's a CSV file from Google Sheets or Google Drive and updates continuously about every 30 seconds. And it comes as a CSV file. That's how you put them in Cloud Notes and Bookmap and on this line thing here is an indicator driven by the same data as the Cloud Notes, or in my case, I drive these, I use the session or the IB pullback and continuation zones. I push those over here and leave the session prices alone on this side. Strictly up to you, up to me. And here, another, definitely getting some VPOC migration lower. If this, if you've got this trade vetted and this is a good day for it, looks like it's just working out magically. That's great. There's the first VPOC lower and a little bit of a test and away we go. And the same thing over here and away we go. And that's great. You're in the money 20 handles or better. Lucky you. They are not liking the numbers or the attitude, I guess. A lot of stops getting hammered out down here. Look at that. All these boys and girls picking, trying to pick a bottom. You see 166 for 21, 109 for 12. Boom, that's a lot of people getting real disappointed right there. 400, 900, 1,000, 1,500. Ugh. Wow. 1,441, one stop out right there. At that liquidity level. 97s. I think it's important to remember, trade what you see, not what you think. These are the kind of days when you can get all hurry-scurry and blurry about a short and then find yourself with a disappointed look on your face. And I'm not saying that's going to happen, but I'm saying I'm going to wait for my signals, wait for my system, and trade what I see. And I recommend that. Previous low was down there at 69.68 right here. I'll bet that's got a probability of zippity-doo-dah. Let's see. Previous low. How low can you go? 34.9% probability. What does that mean to you exactly? Stop and think about it. That means that it's not 100%. Huh? This is not 100%. Where did it go? Where did 80 go? That's not 100%. The IB statistic is not 100%. It's 97.5. Means that there's 2.5% probability that neither one of them will be taken out. See what I mean about trading in anticipation for the statistic? If you got short right in here any place, you're stopped out already. And that's not a fun thing. And there is 930. Now the initial balance statistic is a thing. I can start watching for the my signals, rules, whatever the hell you want to call them, the system. And pretty quick, we're going to have those levels materialize over here on the book map. There they are. And look at what they're doing. Wow, that looks pretty toothy, huh? 1, 2, 3, 4 distributions. Got a big string of singles down here they haven't balanced out yet. What's going on over here? Okay, now notice that the levels are starting to push, and also that I'm going to bring that down a little bit so I can see what's going on. And then up maybe. So there are the levels. Here they come. There's the IB low, there's the IB high. What's going on? Nothing. Now I'm watching. I always do a checklist here, pre-trade. So what have I done? I've got the I've selected both. I've got a 2-lot package. Now I've been experimenting with something that I'm going to have to look at here in a minute, and that is the Execution Pro tool with a because the system that I'm now working in IRT has a break-even stop. And I can implement that in Bookmap with Execution Pro. What I've been doing is mechanically, when T1 is achieved, mechanically trail to entry, a break even, whatever. And but it can be manually, I mean, it can be automated over here with Execution Pro. That looks like this thing right here. Boom, now. Break even. And I don't like this because it changes this every time. That's, in my opinion, not a good thing. So this goes up, I put this up to 12, which is T1. And I guess I could put this like that. I've never tried using the 0 thing. Maybe that works. I don't know. Or 1. And I don't know whether to leave that on or not. I can also put a trail in here, which is the next thing I'm going to experiment with. So there's that. At the moment, if I get a trade, now remember, look how badly you feel trying to trade to this statistic down here. And all of a sudden, the IB failure trades are not working out so quick, or the IB migration trades, right? Here we are back at a price check on aisle 3, I guess. What's going to really happen there? A lot of people are going, damn, I'm stopped out. And that's exactly correct. They're stopped out. Looked good though, didn't it? Boy, look at this. Down, down, BPOC migration. Ooh, look at here. Test back. Oh, we're going to get this. We're going to get the IB low stat. But maybe we're going to get hammered first. Nearly 10. This is almost 10 handles. Be sure you understand that. I don't have this dialed in very well here, but now we do. That's about 10 handles there. Still so funny to me. Notice what a perfect resistance or support my levels have here. Support, 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 resistance, support, support. So funny to me because there is people that would actually believe that. Just like they believe in Fibonacci and price trend lines and that kind of thing. They're just lines. These are just lines I pulled out of the air and, put here. And it's amazing how often through the day I've been noticing lately and pointing it out. It's confirmational bias. You got to be really careful of that one. Look here. Let me make sure that I've got the proper setup going on over here now. I forgot where I ended up last night when I'm doing these tests. I forget where I'm going. So this is the basic TLab. This is the main where I can set up all these variables to do different things. 12 tick stop, 12 tick T1, 48 tick T2, break even trigger 12. 0. So it's going to, at 12 ticks, it's going to move the stop to entry or 0. And I need to decide what I'm going to do with the T1 and T2. And I'll tell you why by looking at the statistics, which have been quite eye-opening lately. Let me see where I am here. Okay. Look at these statistics. Now, each one of these is a back test, and 21 days is December. This was just looking at the December numbers. These are 495 days back tested. 495 of the most recent trading days, and there's the number of trades in each of the back tests. And you can see the parameters here and how they change. The thing that I filtered this down for, I've got 100 or more of these, but the thing I filtered this down for was I noticed that when depending on what the T1 bracket setup was, the best returns over the period have a break even. So in addition to the best return, I started looking at average winners, losers, win rate, loss rate. And win rate is that, clickbait thing from YouTube. Be real careful. It's absolutely meaningless without the rest of the data. Win rate and average winner, loss rate and average loser is what's used to calculate expectancy. R factor, risk reward ratio, profit factor, and then a real important one, I think, to me anyway, consecutive winners and losers. So the best trade in terms of win rate, loss rate, expectancy, R factor, and the lower risk reward ratio, but the highest consecutive winners and losers against losers, and a respectable return over 500 days is 12, 12, 24, and trail to stop, trail to break even at 12 ticks. Surprises me. Right now I have the setup for 1248 and break even, 500 days, so that would be here. Not bad. 37 to 9, 74 to 25, 75, 1.4, 2.5. You know, it's surprising to me, actually. So there you have it. Statistics, trading based on probabilities and statistics, period. That's where I'm headed and what I'm trying to achieve. Yesterday, there was no trade. I only take vetted trades. And I take them without any discretion pretty much. So now, let me just go through this whole thing so everybody understands at this point. This system and the trading system is sent to this chart. If a trade presents itself by these rules, it will be executed and plotted here within this simulated IRT environment. I want to be real sure that I'm not sending these trades to my live AMP account until I'm confident that everything's working the way I want it to. Because it's my money. It's not a sim thing or a prop thing or a whatever other thing, you know? So I want to be real clear about that. What I do is when a trade is signaled here in IRT, then I mechanically replicate it over here in Bookmap where I have full control. That's why I was looking at the whatever it's called, Pro, where they break even thing, because that is the primary rule or criteria in IRT. So if that were automated, that'd be great. What would be super is to be able to have, I guess, the system automatically trade in IRT, which goes to Bookmap. I don't know that I have delusions of being able to code up a profitable algorithm, algo trading bot, but maybe, who knows? Stranger things have happened, I guess. And remember, there's no statistic yet, so no trade. Here are the levels. Continuation zone, pullback zone, trigger. Pullback zone, continuation zone, trigger. Oh, couldn't be any more simple, I don't think. And here are the levels. If you want to take a screen snap, knock yourself out. Here they are. There's the levels, there's the prices. It's pretty easy. The pullback and continuation zones are 3 to 5 points either side of the IB. The trigger zones are 1 point either side of the IB. There you go. Knock yourself out, baby. I got to figure out how to try to call the this government outfit I tried to get a hold of yesterday and make contact with them. It's not only is yeah, never mind. Pretty much everywhere you look, there's a mess. It's like walking into the corral in the spring of the year, you know, where I grew up. It's just every step you take, you're deeper in crap. Till pretty soon it's over your overshoes, and then you're really bummed out. I think I explained it, but again, don't be alarmed about this red and or whatever that is, green and orange thing. That is just represents the stop and the target from a trade that was looked at by the system. Oh, I know something I forgot to do. Duh, football. Let me do that. I bet I have a bunch of days here. Let's see. Oh, yes, looky there. What is this, 2? There you go. Now, this is a trade that the system saw yesterday or day before. No, yesterday. It had to be yesterday. Today's Tuesday, right? I don't want to... IRT is kind of memory sensitive, and if I start trying to scroll backwards and forwards here, it seems to get itself all shook up, so I'm not going to do that. But that's what these 2 levels are. Usually I don't have them on, but I'm trying to make sure that I can see the trails. When it trails to break even, which is what it's set for over here, then I see that happen. And once that's confirmed, then I will just take those off. So let me just realize I didn't have the right screen. Sorry, these are the 2 lines I'm talking about. This is T1 and this is stop for a trade that was recognized back in historically. Now let's see, this is today, eh? What is context, would you say? I don't think there's any question that the context is down. Lower highs, lower lows, blah, blah, blah. So I start becoming, I start looking, you know, having the possibility of a dilemma. Typically, I would not be interested in a long, because that's a counter trend trade to me, and that's no. I'm trying to determine or, identify a good filter for that is not discretionary. I mean, sure, I could put a button, click button, no longs, boom. But that doesn't, the point of this story is backtesting, which needs to be a rule that the program follows or doesn't, that the computer executes or doesn't. So I'm working on that filter. News at 11, we'll see what happens. That's why I've got the fractals on there and different things. Be great if these VPOC migrations worked out this way every day, every session. That's not the case. So, as I'm essentially accepted that I vetted the initial balance trades. So I need to come up with the next setup to vet. You need to have more bullets in your gun than two, or arrows in your quiver, or options in your trade plan. That's probably a better way to go. I'm almost hesitant to look at the news. Every time I do, I'm shocked. Well, we got a talking Fed here, apparently. Got the 30-year bond high yield and bid to cover at noon. This is a curious, trying not to make any political comment or expression here because I don't really think that's at all appropriate. But look at this post. Now, this is a Truth Social post by Trump. There is no internet in Iran at this moment. And everybody knows that, especially him. So what is this? This is grandstanding to the base. Interesting dynamic that's in play a lot. Interesting dynamics that are in play a lot. I guess based on the short news cycle, I don't know. But think about that for a minute. That is pretty interesting. And I'm not liking that thing anymore at all. That's disappointing as hell. I liked that pretty well before. Yeah, I mean, I've been using that thing since 2015 or something like that. 10 years. Okay. Here we are. All dressed up, no place to go. No initial balance statistic, which is the first criteria. There are three, as I said: rules, levels, signals, whatever, whatever word you want. It's real simple. There's three rules and they need to be sequential. A, B, trigger. A, initial balance statistic, specifically with a little more criteria around it than just for the sake of IRT or the normal traders. TLab, for example. Well, the statistic's been gotten. Yes, okay, great. Whenever price exceeds the IB high or low, that means the statistic has been taken. But that doesn't fit my criteria because I have a little more involved. Price needs to be moving in the direction. Imagine that this, well, here you go. Imagine this green target line here was the initial balance. This would qualify because we have a low, a high, a low, a high exceeds again over here. If this closed lower, or this preceding bar was a down bar rather than an up bar, that would not be the signal. And then there's a B, which is the pullback or continuation zone. Comes back towards the IB at the trigger, and there you have it. Bob's your uncle, and you're off on a row. You're off on a trade. And these are just examples, right? It's got nothing to do with reality. Right here. This would be an example of an initial balance signal. Hmm. If I can do two things at once, I'm going to try to get a hold of this government outfit, and that will require me being on hold or waiting for a callback, I'm sure. So we'll see if I can do two things at once here today. same as yesterday. Well, here's a VPOC or VWAP VPOC deal. Oh. Well, these are the times to try me in souls, eh? So this is this these kinds of price action and, 2 days in a row now so far without any signals, is where I have to be really aware of and cautious about monkey boy, the monkey mind coming out to play. And it's a part of the human condition, it's what kept us alive and how we've evolved to where we are now. But many of the things like risk aversion and wanting to be right and confirmational bias and being able to, spotting patterns or whether they really exist or not is, it's all part of our DNA. So I have to be continually vigilant, especially when the day starts to drone on like this with a session, so that I don't start doing stupid stuff. Monkey boy is he's a good salesman, but he's may not have your best interest in mind. And so my approach to it is, it's the usual trader psychology thing that everybody talks about, but it is a real thing. And in my opinion, my approach to it is I try to maintain a continual awareness of my state, my state of mind. Am I getting an adrenaline bump, or am I getting FOMO, or am I getting want to be right, or am I getting bored, or, starting to make up signals or whatever else it is. And then I consciously don't act on them. That's the way I deal with it. Shoot your best shot. But I know a lot of good people that have common sense and are successful in other things, that just get in the trading environment and suddenly go auto stupid. Boy, they just, clicking like crazy, making up patterns and who knows what. I think that's why this says commitment to only trade structured trades. At this point, there's only the initial balance trades is, where I am, what I'm doing, and what I will continue to do, and and start working on vetting the next signal, the next setup. And it's real easy to fall off the wagon, so to speak, when in other, chat rooms or wherever, where everybody's taking a structured trade, or everybody's doing this, or everybody's doing that. And if you ask any one of them, well, can I see, over what look back period, how many trades did you base that on, and stuff, or what's the data? Crickets, man. Nobody has an answer. Meaning to me that they're just using they're just talking. So I'm real careful about that. And I recommend being careful about that. And there are traders who don't, like Rod and those guys who have I'm trading the IB failure trade. They don't have any real specific rules. Most of their trading is discretionary, and that's fine. They're not pretending that they're doing something that's statistically driven. That's where the rub comes in, and is misleading to newer people coming along behind. And I don't know if I said anything, but try to every day. This is my journal. I'm speaking to myself. And I am by no means trying to imply that it's my way or the highway, that this is the only way to approach trading. This is what I'm up to. And if you have a better way of doing it, you know, throw it in the chat. I'm all ears. This is where I'm at the moment. Based on a long time of developing this. Now, I've only been focusing in on the statistical, probabilistic vet a setup idea for a couple of years. I started trading in 1999. It was a long story, but anyway, you know, and been down every road you can imagine. So, be real clear about that. Hey, Richard, morning. How's the UK doing? Good, I hope. Well, I hope. It's been chilly here, but not so bad. It's about something. It is something here, that's for sure. It's about 10 right now. Pretty crazy stuff going on over here. I don't know about anywhere else, but man, oh man. Every day it seems to get more and more outrageous. More and more outrageous. And that's not a good thing, in my opinion. Well, good. At least there's not a drought. Having a big problem over here with the Mississippi River. Barges can't go up and down. All the water disappearing through it's percolating through the substrate into the aquifers, which have been depleted. Big deal. $700 billion of trade goes up and down that river every year. Some astronomical thing like that. Pretty interesting report on it I watched from the USGS. Yeah, it's one crazy thing after the other over here. I would hope that you guys are not inundated by this craziness. I don't think you probably are. My solution is the ostrich technique. I just don't look at any news stuff except, you know, the couple of financial things that we talk about frequently here. And I took Patrick Boyle's suggestion on that ground news. I'm trying to see what I think about that. At least it has it shows who wrote the articles, what the skew is, who owns the place that put it out. So I guess maybe that helps you weed out the BS. I don't know. What am I doing here? I'm letting Blue Boy slack off. Come on, you devil, get over here. Well, there we go. Yeah, absolutely. That's the first thought that pops into my mind too. And if I don't know if you've seen recent posts, if you look at Financial Juice or whatever, but it's even more crazy than you can imagine today. Now, as I pointed out a few minutes ago, this is all crap on Truth Social, right? Imagine two things. Imagine what would happen if any ruler, anywhere, any head of state, any place made a statement like that based on the fact that what's going on in, say, Minnesota, the reaction here of this guy. And also remember that the internet is completely shut down in Iran. So this is 100% clickbait or whatever you want to call it for the base over here. Having nothing to do with, I think. Ooh, mama, read that? Look at her bringing me to breakfast and those big girls. Come here. You need a kit, Mom. Oh, here we go. Yeah, it's pretty amazing. And I guess you following along about Venezuela, right? That's working out real well. You want to do that. Interesting thing on Venezuela, I've not followed Venezuelan politics other than, this Chavez was an asshole and he was followed in hot pursuit by Maduro. What do you want? That's just the next, Latin shithole like El Salvador and, whatever else. But a couple of things that have come to light that seem to be accurate and true. Of course, we've tipped over, we brought Maduro back here. So that's one person gone out of that entire regime who certainly was not the controller of it. That one guy, I forget his name, is the big shot. Well, the winner of the Nobel Peace Prize was the leader, supposedly, the most popular person in Venezuela of the opposition, and the man who she endorsed won the election by a large percentage, but of course Maduro, said it was fake news. Does that sound like January 6th? And refused to accept the results of the election, et cetera, et cetera. Well, so we've had this big thing now with Maduro. Absolutely no intention to put the elected party in power. Maduro's vice president is now the head, and we're going to be negotiating with him. Absolutely no regime change whatsoever. Or support of the democratically elected opposition. Nothing. The only conversation is about oil and minerals. Exxon says, well, I don't think Venezuela is investable at this point. We've lost all of our investment twice. And there's something just happened. Look at that. And there's no indication that there's any kind of stability there. And the reaction of this administration was, well, we think Exxon's trying to be cute. We're not going to allow them to participate in Venezuela. It's just pretty darn weird. Everywhere I look, it's weird. So I try not to look. It's really pretty crazy. And big dump. Well, you can bet that had something to do with somebody. Somebody said something right there that didn't go over very big. Now let's see if we're getting somewhere over here. We are. And now I'm getting breakfast over here too, which is another thing. Pretty exciting. I don't know how I managed to get blessed by my wife and daughter, but boy, oh boy, am I ever. Look at that. Was that a fat finger? Look at that. Look at that. This is a good example of it on the bar chart. Look at that. Was that a fat finger? Boom, bam, crash. And up we go. Oh, that's hilarious. Well, I bet you that Rod and company are all over that V reversal. And still no IB low, by the way, so that's bummed out a whole lot of guys. What the hell was that? Does anybody know? Let's see, where am I? I've lost track of everything here. Greenland, and of course Greenland, I forgot to mention any of that. You also know, I'm sure you do, Richard, that there is a agreement, a treaty between Greenland and the United States that was put in place in 1951. There is absolutely no restriction on America building military bases on Greenland, as many as they want. And in fact, at one time during the Cold War, they had 30, count them, 30 bases on Greenland. And they've closed all but one. They could start reopening those bases or building new bases. Oh, China restricts NVIDIA chip purchases. That's what took the dump. They could start building or reopening those bases this afternoon with no rhetoric, no conversation, no problem. Full blessings of Denmark and the Greenlandian people, if that's how you say it, because it's part of a treaty from 1951 or 54, I think one. All 100% trumped up. Isn't that a trumped up charge? Isn't that a funny saying? I never thought about that before, but that's an old English saying. It's a trumped up. That whole charge has been trumped up. Well, yeah, that's for sure. It's weird. It is completely weird. Yeah, I don't know what to think, actually. More importantly, I don't know where to go or what to do. I don't have enough money to be, I don't have enough money to be, what's his name? George Clooney or somebody, and just magically immigrate to Italy or someplace. Pretty weird. Well, NVIDIA, that didn't last long, did it? Bam, boom. Isn't that funny? Got to be light volume. There's got to be light volume. Let's see. No, almost correct, and 3.3 1/4 on the ATR. So never mind. So much for light volume. Trumped up. Why didn't I think about that? Why didn't I remember that saying until right now? That's pretty funny. That's those charges are all trumped up. I mean, that's been a saying in America since I don't know how long. I've heard it my entire life, and I'm old. Wow, that is funny. I didn't think about that till right now. I bet it's even in the dictionary. I remember that. I think it was muted. I got rid of those profit and target line, profit and stop, T1 and stop, just to clear up confusion and disable the fractals. Something I've just been trying to figure out if that could help with context. Yeah, it's there is one of the things that I think you'll, or at least I've come to discover, is there's absolutely no consistency in the thinking or the messaging. And again, there's been a treaty in place, and we are a member of this little thing called NATO. You know, we could have, America could go zooming right back in there and reopen all 30 of those bases as much as they want. That's got nothing to do with it. It's all a power thing for this guy's ego, as near as I can tell. It's the weirdest thing. It's like in Venezuela. Tip over Venezuela and just turn around and walk away. There's nothing happening. They haven't put in, there's been no regime change. Apparently the only thing they're about is an oil grab, is just minerals, grabbing the minerals. I don't know, but that's what it seems to be. And now he's doing all these posts about Iran and all this saber rattling about Greenland. It's just unbelievable to me. If any one of those things happened in a previous administration, in a year, it would have been a huge deal. You know, this crap has happened in 10 days. It's amazing. Just amazing. Really. And that's never mind all the domestic stuff, you know? All this ice crap and all the things in Minnesota and everywhere. It's just crazy. I guess the NVIDIA chip deal wasn't so bad after all. Look at the market. That was a pretty classic price check at aisle 3, I guess, wasn't it? Now, it hasn't changed at all yet, but I can't keep up. What's going on now? Why did that go away? Huh. Oh, well. Who the hell knows? Pretty crazy. That's absolutely for sure. Well, I guess somehow somebody decided everything's a good idea. Jesus Christ. Okay, Mom? Now, if they go up here and try to mess around with the IB high, I'm going to be even. No. A little bit on my back foot here. Like, why? What earthly reason do they have to be excited? I'm trying to do two things at once, and we all know how well I do that, so bear with me. And I'm just kind of at a loss here as to what to say about a lot of stuff. I guess the tanker turned, huh? Where am I now? Who's on third? What's going on? Nobody move. Yeah, what a crazy, wow. I gotta say, this is pretty goofy. And, yeah, well, let's just keep on keeping on here, I guess. Damn, it's 12 already. Time passes fast when you're having fun, huh? Well, I'm going to get ready to call this day a crap out and go out for a walk or something. Get some exercise. Well, I guess they can't make up their mind, huh? I couldn't tell you what I think was going to happen. What I suppose is going to happen is more of this, more of the same. What does the profile look like to you? To me, it looks pretty balanced, pretty rotational. What have we done so far? Come on, IRT, Jesus Christ, get it together. Well, I tell you, I don't know what's wrong with this thing, but I don't like it much. There we are. So there's the open. Outside in, right? Pretty much what it is, I guess. And not to put too fine a point on it, but this is pretty much exactly what happened yesterday. I'm getting kind of tired of this crap at the noon hour. Do these people not know that I've got to go for a hike and a walk and get some exercise or what? Pretty disappointing. These guys gonna do this now. What a drag. Boy, my voice. I don't know what happened to that, but anyway, all right. I'm using my sexy movie voice there. What are these morons gonna do? Jesus. And it's important to remember that the initial balance statistic is the first of three. So I'll fight off my my sleepiness there. And it is kind of raining, so I'm not too disappointed about the walk outside, but walking down the hall of that big old bed sounds like a pretty good idea. Okay, as I said yesterday, if you've got a mean reversion strategy set up that you've vetted, I'm sure you're quite pleased with yourself today. Remember, yesterday was a opening drive higher. Today, so far, opening drive lower. And now a mean reversion. You know, it's outside, outside in, outside in. There's the opening drive lower. Just the opposite of yesterday. So they're exactly trading them. Look at how the magic lines are working. Isn't it amazing? Truly astounding. The support right there, right here. Incredible. Even here on this big V spike. That's support, magic support zone, baby. I swear to God, you could probably go on YouTube and sell it. Really. Just as valid as any trend line or Fibonacci or anything else. Pretty surprising. Even better, even more surprising. Look here. Wow, look at that support. Hello? Stand by. Yeah, stand by one. I got to get the headset on it. This was yesterday afternoon. I kind of gave up on you. Can you hear me now? Hello? Yeah, I got you now.
Okay, so what I was trying to do was find out about how to enroll, pick a plan for Part B, because I've been enrolled in regular Medicaid for a long time. But now, since I didn't hear anything back on my healthcare.gov, and I've done all the application submission, all that stuff, except for pick a plan, according to what the website tells me. So, I guess what I'm trying to find out from you is, how do I select Part B? Go about what is the most opportune, or how do I find out the most advantageous information in my life? Right. Oh yeah. Good plan. That's a real good place to start. Social Security number is 517-567970. William Kent Collier. Are you have like stone chisels or something? It's a November 8th, 1949. Break. 774 Thorn Branch, Houston, Texas 77077. You might have, you think about this, it's on Wickchester, which was an old product changes about 6 times. It's where I used to work. And that's a good thing. That's the first thing immediately came on that, which I thought I'd done. It's Well, 12140. Houston. You. Melvin Leonard. Seven, 7-4. Horn. Horn branch. 77079. Also used.
Well, this is a revolting development, huh? I am going to step out for a walk, I think, here and clear my head from all this tomfoolery here. And if I'm not mistaken, Trump was talking at 12:30. Was that it? Uh, 1300. Okay, he starts talking. It says now that he's talking now and touting the economy in remarks from, I don't know, it says he's talking now. I don't know what that means exactly, but it means I'm going to step aside and let that get through. So, yeah. What are these guys going to do now? it's worth pointing out that there's a 1.5% probability we won't take either IB high or low today. And that, it's not out of the scope of possibility. Matter of fact, we did that about 2 months ago. So, you know, that's the whole thing about it, about probabilities. And I think that's what it is, isn't it? There's 97.5% probability we'll take one or the other. So that means there's a 2.5% probability we'll take neither. I'm getting a lot done, but nothing to do with trading here. I'm busy doing all of this Medicaid, socials, I don't know what, whole bunch of stuff, government stuff. And I'm not a wizard at that. As a matter of fact, I'd rather light myself on fire, I think. All right, well, so that's all done, and now where the hell are we? We're almost 1400. Wow. Another day bites the dust here pretty quick. Well, not much of a power hour, huh? Interesting day. Interesting day. It was kind of like yesterday. Got off to a bang and then fizzled out. Tomorrow again we have PPI, another increased margin and high risk moment. Yeah. So just a word about the back testing. What I'm doing here all day with this tab is forward testing the back test. And you can see nothing has happened today. There's been no potential trades or signals. These are the rules included in my trading system for the initial balance trades. And the way it works is pretty simple, actually. Once you've determined the rules and have them working as you expect they should, testing, just by running a back test or forward testing over here in the chart, you can then do a real back test. And you could actually even optimize and forward test with the system, but I've not done that yet. Set up the parameters for the back test. In this case, 500 days. Imagine scrolling back through every chart and seeing which signal, depending on how many you have in your system or your strategy, is met precisely, not close here or almost there, or well, yeah, it dipped in here, but it was supposed to close below this line and it didn't, but I'm going to count it anyway. All of those things negate that particular trade from your data set. So imagine doing that back 500 days. That's a couple 100,000 1 minute bars. Now, the beautiful part about the system doing it, or the computer, is that it will evaluate each one of the rules as I have defined them exactly and specifically. It won't do anything there's no discretion involved. If the rule says that some sort of signal, the bar can penetrate into the zone here, but the close has got to be here, and the close is right on the line, and you haven't specified it equal to or greater than, it will not be the case. It will not be a signal. So that's pretty important. In the back test, you just click that, and there you go. 498 days, the most recent 498 days. Every one of these rules evaluated over every 1 minute bar. And there are 282 1 minute bars in that period of time. Took 8 seconds. So the net would be, or the gross would be 24,216 quarter. There's 1,150 trades, 578 long, 572 short. $779 winning trades, average 34.75, 34.74. 222 stops, average $12.82. 37 consecutive winners and 6 consecutive losers. 67% profitable and a 2.71 risk reward. That's a backtest. And you know what your expectancy is, and you know if that setup and those criteria, God damn it, if that setup and those criteria are viable or not. And I'm not doing too well there today. There we go. And then, as you should do, every trade of 1,150 or whatever it was, trades, here's the exact time, date, moment, entry type, exit type, and profitability or not result. Every one of them. With that information, you very definitely have the ability to determine whether you have an expectancy, a positive expectancy or not, and then you can lean on the law of large numbers to trade your setup as a business from a point of view of probability. So that's where I'm at. Now, no trade for me from this point on because I have an end of day, 2 end of day rules here, which will close out any trade at 14:30. So I'm not gonna manually enter anything at this point, and the system could, but I wouldn't. I'm telling you now, I'm not gonna replicate it in Bookmap. So what do we got going on here? Seems kind of goofy, doesn't it? 110% volume for this period of time. Oh, look at back 20 days. That's amazing. And 1.5 points per 1 minute ATR. There we are. Pretty much of a rotational day. A little skew to the bottom, huh? Wanting to be a B profile, which is long liquidation. Well, oh, look at there. They finally got the They finally got the IB in the last 30 minutes of the damn day. It was 30 minutes of the session. Isn't that something? So no trades for me because that's after the EOD, right? So and I think that if you tried to take a trade right there, you'd probably be pretty disappointed about that, I would guess. That's pretty funny. Well, not funny, haha, but you know. There you go. So nothing for me over here. And I guess what we can do now is get into the wrap up, huh? Well, what a day. Actually, I got a lot accomplished in the other world that I had to do. So, yeah. Tomorrow I will be away from about 11 until, I don't know, 1, I guess. I've got to take Ying to the for the ISCS interview and fingerprint thing and whatever else for citizenship. So big deal for us. 12 years we've been at it. 12 years. Pretty amazing. And there they are, selling her off. I'm assuming this is news related to, something that's being said by someone. Let's check and see. Well, there was the great one was speaking at 1300, and now I guess that's it. I wonder if anybody has asked the question about this. He continues with this drug thing and insulting Jay Powell, and wow. I find it so hypocritical, the story about the drug deal, and he pardoned the convicted, sentenced to 47 years in prison. One of the biggest drug dealers, cocaine smugglers in history. Direct routes from to the U.S. I just find it really weird. I don't know. Maybe I'm the only one, but anyway. So tomorrow we have again we've got the CPI or PMI somewhere. Core retail sales, PPI. These are all that in particular is a margin event. This is investing.com. I really don't like what they've done to the layout here, but there's nothing I can do about it, apparently. You can filter it for any kind of reporting that you want. And time zone, etc. And it's free, obviously. And this is Financial Juice, which is the as I've said before, it's got a similar calendar docket feature over here, but it doesn't. And one thing that they do, which is really nice, is they pull non-revenue or economic related potential market or potential auction hiccups into that the calendar here, so that's good. And the right side is more of a more of a squawk box, and this is where we're going to see the market on close and balance. Just find it so weird how Trump is so insulting to the Fed chair. And one of the things that you may or may not know, I don't know, or care, but I think it's interesting. Guess who appointed Jay Powell as the Fed chair? Donald Trump. And Jay Powell is a lifelong Republican. Appointed to the position by Donald Trump. It's just bizarre to me. But that's not the, it's probably easier to list things that aren't bizarre to me than things that should be. Wow, look at this. I am so amazed. Help is on the way, he keeps saying in Truth Social. Wow. Are they going to try to tip over Iran now? That's pretty... Anyway, yeah, I'm speechless. What can I tell you? It's a world that I don't really relate to be honest with you. So I'm not gonna think about it. I kind of got that off. I twirled the wheel when I shouldn't have, I guess. Okay. Now what have I done? I don't want that. Well, I did something here. I'm not sure what I did, but okay. There we are. So we don't have any signals, of course, now, and I'm glad about that. So we'll stand by for 9 minutes in this market on close thing, and then I'm going to get back to health insurance and preparing documents for tomorrow and all that stuff. Yeah, it doesn't bother me very much that I was not particularly good at trading. And I know that's terrible streaming news, but hey, I have no problem. I guess I should start by saying this is my virtual journal for trading, and I have no problem not taking trades if I haven't gotten a proper setup and trigger. And I did not 2 days in a row now. I don't have any problem with that. As far as I'm concerned, those are both good trading days, very successful trading days, because I followed my plan without question. And I realize that's terrible. You know, it would be a lot more fun to see somebody just clicking and banging like a wow man, a wow monkey. I'll leave that to Monkey Boy. So we got about 8 minutes here, 7 minutes. I'll put this on mute and hopefully remember to unmute it when it's time to actually got a bump on the market on close. Look at there. Look at there. That's unusual, to be honest with you. It was typical, but so we've got huge market on close imbalance, 1,628,000,000 on the S&P, 522 million on the NASDAQ, 399 million on the Dow. Mag 7's 504 million. Market on close imbalance. Imagine 1,628,000,000 S&P contracts moving at $12.50 a tick. That's a lot of money. That's an awful lot of money. By golly. All right, so here we are. My eyes are crossing with this insurance crap. But that's what it is. And yeah. So anyway, have a great the rest of your day. Remember that you're the most expensive and valuable piece of equipment in your trading office. Without your eyes to take all this data in and your brain to process it all, you wouldn't get very far as a trader. So be sure you're well rested, hydrated. Don't trade if you're on emotional tilt. Get yourself a process and stick to it. If nothing else, I guess I'm a good example of that. 2 days in a row now, I've had no trades present in my initial balance trades, and those are the vetted setups that I have at this point, and therefore, boom, there I am. This may be interesting to somebody. These are vetted setups, back tests of the initial balance trade. Here's the stop T1, T2. If there's a trigger or not, based on all of them trigger at 12 ticks positive, which would be essentially T1, used to be, and trail to entry. And there's the results. They are the best results of my 100 plus back tests. You see there, this is filtered, but there you are. 21 days reflects the trading days of December. And these are 498, 95. Now it's 498 days back, but I haven't entered anything today. Did these on Sunday. So these are proper back tests that you can hang your hat on. You know, there's a 33 expectancy, 1694 expectancy, R factor, risk reward ratio, profit factor, consecutive winners, losers, and gross. Win rate, loss rate, average winner, average loser. And we're looking back over, 500 days and more than 1,000 trades. So that's a real back test, which is outside what I would consider outside of random possibility or random distribution. There we go. A little tidbit for you. Remember that the stream is every day, every trading day from 8 o'clock in the morning until 1500. It's the full cash market. Tomorrow there'll be a little hiccup when we go to the IC or whatever it's called. I don't know, some alphabet soup to do with the government. And but definitely for the pre-market and the open, no question about it. And next week, starting next week, I'll be taking Tam to back on school run. So Monday and Wednesday from about 9, I guess. About an hour I'll be gone or so. I'm going to college, so it's a further drive than it has been. And no, they don't drive. So there's that. Okay, we're going to shut her down here in 2 minutes. Remember that, get away from the screens. Get your eyes a little soft focus down the horizon in the backyard of the neighbor's house or whatever else it is. Be back here tomorrow at 8 o'clock. Have a great evening. I hope you traded well. If you traded, if you were doing mean reversions, or if you were just, clever enough that you knew to get on that sell-off first thing this morning and let her rip all day, you did quite well. Good for you. I don't have those rear view mirror skills, I'm sure there were some people who sell the open somehow, had the feeling it was going down and did quite well. Most of the time I find that those are rear view mirror guys who didn't really do anything, but they can see all these things quite clearly in the rear view mirror. And we're going to shut this baby down in a minute here pretty quick. About 30 seconds now. Obviously, they just tagged out that IB low and right smack dab back to the middle. So there you go here in about a second, like right there, for example. Have a great evening. I hope you traded safe. Remember, your primary job as a trader is to protect and preserve your account. And this is a crazy environment. And now we got more crazy going to happen here at 3 o'clock. So that doesn't bother me, but there you go. All right. Have a great night. And I hope to see you back here at 8 in the morning. Thanks a lot for stopping through the stream. Click a thumbs up and a subscribe, and that would be a huge help. Always appreciate contribution in the chat. Have a good one. Boop, boop.